guys don't fall. I'm sorry. Hang on. Hold up. Hold up. There we go. Runner, welcome on in. How are ya? Good to see ya. Hope you're having a good day so far. Get the shoes on, so no one panic. You got it. Yep. An exciting morning today. I haven't done a geocache walk in a hot minute, you know? And I got new shoes, so we can test out the new shoes, start breaking them in. You two. Where's the other one? Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Get the geocache bag ready to go. Make sure we got some water here. There we go. Yeah, nothing like some water. There we go. And then I gotta get my hip bag on. Oh, what's going on? Oh, hell yeah. Everyone's all good? Hell yeah, that Twiff. Yo, I got to meet the Twiff at TwitchCon. I think their name is Haro Carey. Is their Twitch or is their Threads name? I'm gonna presume it's also their Threads name, but ooh, it's a little warm out here. I'll make sure we got this one. Oh, you haven't heard the Twiff before? So there's a Threads, or there's a Twitch streamer. Let me go and turn off the music. So there's a, oh, I get my shades on. Oh my god, I can barely see. There's a Thread streamer. Their name is Hero Carry, and they were doing a partner push, and they got raided by Twitch itself. And so they were writing Twitch on their forehead, and they misspelled it as Twiff. And now Twiff is a global emote. It's pretty good. I highly recommend looking up the clip. So, alright, that's what we've got here. Since we don't need necessarily to see a ton, we can just do it like this. Yeah, Twiff is good stuff. It's really good. So, yeah, I'm really happy for them. So, but yeah, you'll watch a clip and you'll laugh. It's good. But a missing emote went is a hype train award. Wait, which missing emote? Alright, there we go. Let me point you guys forward for a minute here. So there's the umbrella. But if I pace you guys down like this. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about the umbrella in the way. Oh, are you talking about the one that won the competition? They made it a hype train award, really? Seems so goofy. Why? I mean, like, whatever, but also, I don't know, it just seems so goofy to me. They didn't do that last year. Alright. I'm just gonna put the water in here. Honestly, you know what? I'm gonna bring this bottle. Chug down to the water. Get it started. Get this on. Alright. Almost there, y'all. Alright. Go. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me, phone? There it is. Alright. Just about ready to roll. Perfect. There we go. Alright, we are ready to roll. Y'all ready? Let's do this. Oh shit, I need my keys. Oh, hang on a minute. I died. I need my keys. Okay, now we're ready. Alright. So we've been here before, but we did like one half of it. We're back to finish the second half. So, be a good time. Dude, you know what? I'm gonna go take off this skirt here. I don't need this skirt on. If I'm gonna wear leggings, I don't need this skirt. I have a legging skirt combo, and I'm like, what am I doing? Alright. Now we're ready to go. So this will probably be almost certain the last stream in Albuquerque for a while, because I'm planning on heading off to Phoenix, or at least making my way towards Phoenix tomorrow. I'm thinking about leaving in the morning so I can go grab some an Indian taco. And then I did knock my fan at me. Yeah, she's knocked. Though I do plan on camping right outside of Petrified Forest. I don't know if I'm gonna visit Petrified Forest though. Like I've been there before, and yeah, nothing too crazy about it, you know. It's a place where a bunch of trees got fossilized, and that's about it. So I don't know, we'll see. You haven't been there in a long time. What did you think about it, Ron? I know it's been a while, but when you went, do you remember what your first feels about it were? Did you... That and the Painted Desert on one trip to Grand Canyon? Nice! I can't remember if I've done the Painted Desert. I know they're pretty close to each other, I think. But I personally did not care too much for the Petrified Forest, nor did I care for the Grand... Well, I mean, at the time I went, I cared for the Grand Canyon. But as more and more time's gone on, I've come to dislike the Grand Canyon, you know? I think it's overrated. Like, you know, it's cool that the Grand Canyon is a gigantic hole in the ground, but at the end of the day, it's kind of just a gigantic hole in the ground, you know? It really is just that. There's not a whole lot more to see other than the big hole in the ground. There's, you know, not really forest walks anywhere. I mean, maybe there is. I'm just not going far enough, but that's just me. You thought it was really cool, but then you'd spend forever there? Yeah. The one time I went to Petrified Forest, it was like 30 degrees with like a 40 mile per hour wind. It really sucked. That's the only reason I'm like openly considering maybe trying again, because I'm like, well, how much of it was the fact that I was just freezing cold that I hated it? And then I'm like, I don't think the fact that I was cold is the reason I hated it. I think there just wasn't a lot to see at Petrified Forest. There's just not enough trails at Petrified Forest. That's their big problem. Not enough place to walk to. And even there were, once again, they kind of run into the same problem as Joshua Tree. What's there to see at Joshua Tree? And there's some cool stuff at Joshua Tree, don't get me wrong. But it's not like Yosemite or Pinnacles, you know. Those places are super good. So I do want to go to Seguro National Park, and I tried to. I mean, I still can easily. You know, I say Seguro, but I think it's Saguaro. There we go. Saguaro National Park. And anyone who knows, Saguaro are the cacti that are in Arizona specifically. We will not see them here in New Mexico. Here in New Mexico, they have fuck, I forget what they call them. Damn it, Fox would know. But yeah, Saguaro National Park is in Tucson, and the plan had been after San Diego was to go, you know, get my dental stuff done, and then go to Tucson, and go to Saguaro National Park, and then go into Phoenix for a week, and then come out to Albuquerque, and then go back to Phoenix. Obviously that didn't happen, because, you know, Arizona thought it'd be hilarious to go over 100 degrees. It's all gonna be super hot next week. Like, it drops down to 70, high of mid 70s this weekend. But right now, next Tuesday, they're supposed to pop back up to 93 degrees. And I'm like, fuck. Can we not? So, I'm not excited. But I already signed up for a pinball tournament this weekend, so I have to get to Phoenix. I mean, I don't have to. I could just stay in Albuquerque for another week. It is possible. But then I'll miss Phoenix Pride Parade, and I don't want to miss the Phoenix Pride Parade. I'd take you to the festival too, but the festival costs $35 to get into. I'm like, what? What Pride Festival charges you? Apparently Arizona. That's crazy. I've never been to a Pride Festival I had to pay to get into. So, I'm just like, well, damn, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Right? I said the same thing. I mean, you know, and I'll check again. Maybe it's for specific stuff. But I'm like, dude, why would I need? I mean, it's straight up right there on the Pride Festival page. It's a GA, like, I'd have to double check. I mean, they got music and stuff, but I mean, every Pride I've ever been to has lots of music. I'm trying to keep the protesters out. No, it's not gonna keep the protesters out. Okay, we're here. So, I think we're gonna head right, and there's 2 geocaches I want to grab. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look into it again, but that's what I saw. I was like, I gotta pay to get into the Pride Festival. Like, the Pride Parade is free, but the Pride Festival is not. I was like, what? That's goofy. So, I don't know. I mean, if anything, you know, we'll walk towards the festival grounds and see, you know, but yeah. Alright. So, this is the Bosque open space. Let's go and get in the shade real quick. So we can go in that direction. There's like 2 geocaches over there, and then there's a bunch in this direction. So, let me take a look at our geocache app. Do. Okay. So there's 2 over here. So let's see if we can get these 2 real quick. There's gonna be a lot of people here. Not a people. There's a whole gaggle fuck of people coming from this direction. They must have had a painting session or something over here. We might come back for these. We'll head in this direction. I don't know what's going on, but there's a whole gaggle full of people coming. It's interesting. Alright. Okay, so that's where we're gonna turn. So we'll go and get you guys turned around in just a minute here. So y'all can come watch the open space here. Boop! Oh. There we go. But yeah, so Phoenix Pride Parade this Sunday, and once again, and then I'll double check the festival, and hopefully I get in. Hopefully the general admission is just for like the music acts, which whatever, I'm fine with that. I don't care. I don't care about seeing the music. You know, it's at a park that I've been to before, and I'm like, I don't know how the hell you're gonna prevent people from getting in. This is a pretty wide open park, so unless they're setting up fences everywhere, it's a wide open park. You know. And then I'm like currently looking at other events to go to. There's a couple farms that are doing fall events, you know, so like, you know, corn mazes, tractor rides, pumpkin patches. So I'm really excited to go check that out. So that's part of the plan, is to go visit a couple of these farms. There's like 3 that I've identified in Phoenix that look really fun. Forge out here is awesome right now. Nice. Are we talking out in where you're at, up in the New England area? I can imagine. I'm starting to see a bunch of people post pictures. Now my northern friends posting pictures from like Washington, Minnesota, New York. And I'm like, oh, you guys are lucky. Damn, I wish I had that. I don't know if we're gonna get that here. I told Fox about this really cool park to go to, because they've got beautiful fall colors right now, and so I'm hoping they're able to stream that. It is just a park though, so I don't know how much there is to stream over there. We'll see. I know she's streaming. I think she's streaming today, actually. Which, speaking of Fox Walks, y'all, I got some new shoes from DSW yesterday, new trail runners, and big thanks to Fox Walks and We Don't Know Games for providing the gift card from 2 years ago. So when I got to Phoenix the first time, I was just kind of making do with whatever bullshit shoes I had. And Fox kept seeing my shoes in my IRL streams, and she was like, hey, I need your email. And I was like, okay. Because I thought she was going to send me something. And then the next thing I know, there's a gift card on my email. And I'm like, what's this? And she's like, go buy yourself some shoes. So let me go and give them a shout out here. Shout out to the ever wonderful Fox Walks, y'all. Great streamer. They also do IRL content, and they do video games. They do a lot of Elder Scrolls. They also do horror games. Sometimes they do the Long Dark. So check them out. I know most people in my chat already followed them. So like I said, I think they're doing a stream today. Oh. Sorry, Richard. I'm I'm in the middle of stream right now. His call will have to wait. So, alright, so there should be a spot to head off into the forest over here. Actually, I remember that part. I remember walking over there. There's actually a geocache right over here somewhere. I think it's actually right there, if I remember correctly. No, it's 32 degrees tonight. Ugh. Ugh. That, ugh. That does not sound like fun. I don't remember the last time I had to. Oh, no, I do remember the last time I had to deal with 32 degrees. I was, it was last year. It was earlier this year when I went up to, when I went to the New England area. And every night it would drop down to like, the fuck was that? And every day it would drop into the no 30s. Wait, is 32? Oh no, no 30s. It's going to warm back up next week. That's good. Yeah, we're cooling down here, but we're actually gonna heat back up next week. Like Phoenix is gonna pop back up into the 90s next Tuesday, and I'm like, oh my god, come on, Phoenix, please stop being hot. So. I don't see the trail anymore. Morning. Look at that patch of grass. That looks like such a really nice place for a picnic with friends. Was I supposed to turn off back there? I'm gonna find out. Not yet. Okay. Okay. I see where I'm supposed to turn. Ooh, we do have some color changes back there. Not a whole lot, but just a wee bit. We should even get back there. Check it out. I know there's a path back there, but I don't see it anymore. So we have to wait until we get to the entrance point over here. Yeah, beautiful day outside. You can tell, super blue today. Got a couple clouds in the direction over there. Not much more than that. Has anyone gone to see the comet? I don't know if it's like visible to everyone, but I'm gonna assume it is. But apparently, right as your sunset is happening, if you look off to the west, you can see it above the sunset. Also, part of me is regretting not bringing a sweater, because now that I'm not in the sun anymore, I'm just like, oh shit, it's starting to feel a little cold now. Oh man. Oh man. What's this trail entry? Yeah, we should have entered way back there, and I didn't. That's my goof. Do 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 do. Alright, I got another couple of minutes to that trail entry. I mean, technically we are on the trail, but should have been over there. Oops. Oops. I did just get my latest payout. So big thank you to everyone who helped contribute to that. Especially JR Blaze with your 30 gifted subs. I know you're not in here, Blaze, but when you do, I will thank you again. And so right now I'm looking at upgrades for the stream setup. I'm debating either getting a gimbal or a microphone. Don't know yet. If I do get a microphone, I kind of want it to be like kind of a Bluetooth microphone that, you know, that doesn't need a plug-in. Although I think most do. But I think it would be nice to have one, you know? If we go gimbal though, so, you know, and that could be good too. So, trying to think of like other things I could get. I definitely need another selfie lens. That would be very helpful. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Into the forest we go. Yeah, a minute here. I'll make sure we are good to go. Walk down through here, walk to... Perfect. Okay. Cool. Now shall I walk down over here, down near the river, or walk along it. There's a bunch of geocaches over there, so. Wolf. Definitely opened up a little bit. Yeah, you can actually see some of the colors starting to come on in. Look at that. Not just green anymore. Very surprising given how warm it is right now. But the trees must be like, guys, it's that time of the year. But sir, it's still too warm. Doesn't matter. Start changing colors. The fuck is that thing? Was that there last time? Can y'all see it? I'm gonna walk on over here. There's some kind of weird looking thing over here. In and out while working, all good, runner. I figured you'd be dropping that nerk. Yeah, this is such a good spot. If y'all ever come to Albuquerque, come to the open space. But also, what in the world is this thing? We didn't see this from last time. Let me go behind it so y'all can see it. With the sun. We'll put you guys right here. Yeah, look at that thing. Just... wonders how to activate the portal? Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's go, Mr. Halfhog. Let's activate the portal, buddy. Did it work? Nope. Nope, we're still here. I tried. That's pretty cool. It looks like they put it together with just a bunch of individual sticks. Oh, they did screw them together though. And that thing looks like a freaking hedgehog right there. Look at that. Yeah, so you can actually see where they've been. Hang on. Let me get you guys out of tripod mode here. Yeah, you can see where they've put screws in. This is really cool. I like this. There used to be an explanation here, but it's the Arboreal Dome by Benjamin Forge. So it's not oven made. I mean, yeah, it's not oven made. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm trying to see if like there's anything here that doesn't have any screws in it, so it can be like, oh, elves. This one looks like, I mean, there's gotta be. Oh, yep, there's your screws over here. So impressive though. So impressive for a human. I wonder if there's more art like this all around here. I know there's random art, but I don't know how much there is, so look at that tree. There's the Sandia Crest Mountains over there. There was we were thinking about going up to Sandia Crest during the Hot Air Balloon Festival so we could watch it from the mountains. But we ended up never doing it. And honestly, I'm kind of glad we didn't, because all the balloons went west and south. They never went east. Where am I? Perfect. We are on our way. We're not that far from the next one here. This first geocache is called River Viewing Area. Again. So, I'm going to be looking for an area where we can view the river. Still about another 500 feet away. So we got a bit of walking to do. I can see our signal starting to struggle bus a bit. We look good though. Alright. It almost looks more like a biking path. Very little evidence of bicycles. So you can, no, you can see evidence of bicycles right here. Alright. Where are we? We're about 150 feet away. Alright. Ooh, it's a little bit off the trail, which, that's never fun. Ugh. Good thing I wore leggings. I really should buy some cozy jeans one of these days, because having cozy jeans would be super helpful. Interesting. Just got 2 benches. I mean, we got a bench over there. It's not particularly very useful. The Rio Grande State Park's on the other side of me. Hold on. I'm curious as to where that goes. You kind of see the trail goes off. What's in that direction if we go over there? Hang on, we got a distraction. I want to see how far we can go in this direction. Oof. I don't know about that. Notice that it gets pretty tight over there. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Dude, I think we're in the riverbed right now. I mean, you can see a little dried up here. Not much of a river coming through. This must be the island. And you see the cracking. I mean, that's prototypical. Wow, look at that. This thing is hard. Yeah, we're definitely in the riverbed. See the remnants of water over here. Interesting. My question is, if we use it to get to the other side, get those geocaches too. Let me see. Yeah, this would be the big island in the Rio Grande. No knife guard on duty? True. This technically would qualify as a wash, but there hasn't been any rain in the forecast for a while now, so I'm not really super worried here. I don't want to come around. We'll end up. I should be careful because How am I gonna know where I need to go back to? I should mark my return path. Assuming I can now find my return path. Uh-oh. I think this might have been it right here. Yeah. This was it. Okay. How do I mark this? Okay, so if we go past, there's something over here. If we go past that thing right there, then I'll know we've gone too far. Ooh, here we go. Small stick here. We'll put this stick right. Put the stick right here. This will indicate I need to take this path. So let's go check this out. See all the grass coming on in. So y'all, if y'all recall correctly, from when we were balloon chasing, we did go to the Rio Grande once, and the water level was very low up there, and so we're definitely downstream, and you can see there's not a lot of water over here, you know, just completely dried out here. You see other people have definitely gone through here. Bit of a walking path. So gotta be careful here. Make sure there's no potential snakes in the way. That's never good. I mean, technically, I could have also used my Geocache app. Sorry about that. Yeah, so you can see there's the other part of the river. It's walking that direction. I see there's water over there. No, there's definitely water over there. Look at that. Okay, so we do have the Rio Grande. So I guess this is only part of the river if it goes high enough. There it is. Look at that goose just walking. Oh, that's some very, very no water. Some good skipping water. See if I can find any rocks to skip. There don't seem to be any though. There's that note here. So the super dried out mud actually is hard enough for me to skip it before they break up. Whoops. Come on over here where there's some nice hard baked mud. And there's no skipping with mud. Try and skip in this direction here. There we go. You see? Look at that. Who needs rocks when you can skip mud? Oh god, that was awful. That one snipped. I need one that's thick and heavy. It's not heavy enough, it'll catch too much air. Ooh, this one will bounce. Nope, nope, nope. That one's too small. Too small. This one should bounce. Woo, nope. That fell apart. Maybe this one? That one had a bit of a skip. There you saw all the other fragments of dirt break off. Yes, geese. Hi, I see you. I see you too, buddy. We got geese over here just hanging about, doing their thing. I can see we're having some problems here. Maybe exposure compensation? There we go. Alright. Start heading back. Let's come here what we came here to do. Some geocaching. Oh, hang on a minute. Perfect. Alright. Alright, so remember, we're looking for the standing up stick. Although I remember in general where the path was, so we'll be good. I'm not super worried. Go away, Sniffles. It's not even that cold. Next year, I'm hoping to, when we, if we come back for the Hot Air Balloon Festival, I would love to find a spot where there's a lot of river and to watch more balloons do the balloon dip next year. Cannot wait to come back again. Granted, we came on their very best year. Like, it's gonna suck because no matter what, I'm always gonna be disappointed. Because there was 9 out of 9 launches, I think we talked about this yesterday, but they've never managed to have all 9. Dude, look at the size of this thing. Oh my goodness. That's a hefty chunk of mud right there. Woo! Yeah, so, they were still lifting off after the event. Yeah, I did see a couple balloons launch. I saw a couple yesterday, but they were the Rainbow Riders. But yeah, there's still a couple teams that were here on Monday. I saw them driving around, so that was awesome. I mean, like, hell yeah, take advantage. I heard Monday was a really nice, calm day for flying, so. Oh, there we go. Here's the stick. I found it. Alright, so we found the stick. We'll leave the stick up in case anyone else needs it. I'm gonna come on up through here. I'm gonna come on through. Look at that, you can't even tell that there's like a trail back here. You just kind of have to just follow this, And just hope it takes you to where you need to go. Oh yeah. Here we go. Alright, so here's a trail. Keep you guys down for just a minute. Let me pull up my other phone here. Try to figure out what this Geocache is at. Okay. It's 30 feet away. This looks like... Oh, hang on a minute. Should be right around here. Maybe this thing? Ooh, maybe. No. Alright. Trying to see if I can see it just from here before I proceed in. Alright. Let me take a look at this hint real quick. See what I'm looking for. on the ground bison in a larger host. I'm telling you. I think it's in here. Let me get my gloves out. Unless there's like a piece of nog somewhere. There's a couple pieces over there, but... Huh. Okay, maybe not. Maybe this piece over here? There's another piece over here. I can go check. Put you guys right here. It's in a larger host on the ground. Could be one of these. Potentially. As I can tell it's really bright. Hang on. Let me drop my exposure again. There we go. Might be in this thing over here. Maybe this thing? Ooh. Oh, that looks promising. Oh. We gotta break this in half? No? Okay. So not that. Not in there either. Interesting. Alright, time to go into comments. Start seeing what people say here. Uh-oh, don't fall. Geocache. Okay. So it's relatively big. So let's see. A little bit further south. I'm surprised it's not this. Thing right here. It's so crazy. What is this? I mean, no. I feel like we're gonna have to go where it looks like people have gone here. There's definitely a... It looks like you've gone up through here. Okay. I hate to do this, but... Might be off in this direction right over here. So... Let's go check it out. Yeah, because you can see people are definitely going up here. I'm so convinced it's this thing somehow. And I'm just being dumb. Like... But it can't be, I've already checked it. So, we'll come up through here. Okay, nope. Don't like that. It's a very thorny tree right there. Let's expand the search radius. Maybe there's something over here. And we got that thing. What, those nogs? Those might be it. I'm gonna go through some of the comments again here. I'm gonna put my shades away before I scratch them on these trees. I've kept these shades scratch free for like 3 years. Let's see what else they got to say in the comments here. No need to leave the trail. Nice hide. Okay. So... there's no need to leave the trail. That means we gotta start checking all the, the trunks here. Someone said, no need to leave the trail. Okay. Oh, it's right here. It's just caked in mud. So we did find it. It just we can't, like, I was like, man, there's just a lot of mud looking thing on this. Gigantic ass. Couple bugs on here. Get them off real quick here. Just it's in there. It's in there really good. Alright, good thing I brought some tools here. I'm gonna have to clean it out a bit. Alright. There's a magnet here. Why is there a magnet here? Is this supposed to magnetize or something? Interesting. This thing is in here good. There we go. Got it. Woo, buddy, this thing is a little dirty. This thing hasn't been found since like March, so you know. Good thing I kept coming back to check it. Because I was like, man, this... Honestly, I kept telling myself, I was like, there's no way this isn't it. Like, this... I was like, because I was looking at it, like, this is like, too... Like, this is... Like, this is exactly what every other cache that does this looks like. You know? And then I realized, I was like, there's a lot of dirt on the bottom. I wonder if there's something under all this dirt. Sure enough, there was, so... ooh, this thing is full. I can squeeze in a signature right here. Today's what? The 16th. Perfect. There we go. Alright, my Shavog. Let's get you a picture, buddy. We'll just put you on top of the bag. There you go. Oh, nope. I guess he's gonna go right here. There we go. Alright. We found our first one. It took a little bit. Well, good to go. I missed a geocache meetup yesterday. I'm kind of bummed about it. I knew there was like a geocache meetup like right around this time, and I forgot to double check when it was. This is like the one thing that I think the Geocache app can work on, is making it a lot easier to find meetups. I think sometimes like, you know, they should have a separate tab where they're like, hey, here's how you can find out where meetups are near you, you know? Yeah, their app could use some work. There we go. Put you in here. Put that back just like this. Wham bam. And then put this in here. Something tells me that there used to be something right here. They used to cover the bottom with this, because that's why the magnet is there, but I don't see a piece that's missing, so I'm gonna put it right here. Yeah. I mean, when you look at this thing, look at that. It completely sticks out. You know, that looks 3D printed. Straight up. So fooled me enough though. Alright. Go ahead and get this geocache logged. Let's see, TFDC, get the picture in. Oh yeah. So, what is everyone up to? I figure most of you all are working right now. Hope you all have, hope everything's going well, uneventful. I hope this little walk is nice and cozy. Brutal work for 12 minutes and then lunchtime, nice. I mean for the lunchtime, not for the brutal work for 12 minutes. It's like a savanna. I can just imagine a lion out here, like, stalking their prey. Not me, of course, but, like, something else delicious and tasty. I'm too scrawny to be eaten. No, that's I'm sure a lion would have no problem being like, ooh, you look like a tasty snack. Actually, a mile and a half that way was a nighttime geocache. Y'all might remember. We did that one. I think we did that one earlier this year. Where, we parked at a nearby plaza. We walked over and we went looking for a nighttime geocache. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. If y'all haven't seen that one, I recommend going into my highlights, checking that out. It's a nice delve into what it's like to find a nighttime geocache, which usually relies on flashlights and those shiny, the reflective material. It's a lot of fun to do, but okay, so we gotta go this way for the geocache. Remember? Hell yeah. Yep. It's a little off. We'll see. As long as it goes, I might have to backtrack a bit. Nope, we're looking pretty good here. So the next geocache is going to be called Cottonwood. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what a cottonwood looks like, but I'm guessing it's maybe this thing. Yeah, it's got to be here. Yep, in this tree somewhere. Alright, let's see if we can find it without the hint. This looks like a good spot as any to delve into. Oh, nope. Oh, if it's in here, it's gotta be in here. Push-up timer ready? Alright. Looking above us. There's this thing. There's a stick here. A bunch of leaves. I wonder if they buried it. Let's back out for just a minute real quick. take a look from the outside here. I don't see there's anything suspicious around here. Alright, let me see. It's a micro's in a larger host. Is it the same guy? Sneezy, it is the same guy. So we're looking for another, oh, I think I see it. I might be wrong. But that looks pretty sus to me. There it is. I found it. And there we go. Oh, that's in there. Okay, never mind. Guess the bottle's not coming out. There we go. Get this signed, and we can knock out our push-ups real quick. This isn't... just get out of here, bugs. There we go. Hi, Mr. Hog. There you go, buddy. Come on. Sit. Sit, Mr. Hog. Oh my goodness. Nope. There you go. Sometimes getting Mr. Hog to sit in one spot. Bit of a challenge. Do. Darren, welcome on in. How are ya? Welcome to a geocaching stream here in the Albuquerque open space, or the Bosque as they call it. We just found another geocache, and we are gonna put this back. As soon as I can get this cover back on. That's good enough right there. I'm gonna put this away. Mr. Huffog, get in my pocket, please. Don't want to leave you behind, good sir. But Darren, how are you doing today? Hope you're having a... If you're at work, I hope it's been uneventful. If you're off from work, I hope it's been a nice, relaxing day. Ooh, there we go. I'm trying to find a spot to sit here, so I can knock this geocache real quick. You're on a walk this Sunday? Nice! Hell yeah! Always a good time for a walk. Knock cache. Quick and easy. TFDC. Go ahead. Share that. There we go. Alright. So we don't have one for a while. We can go for those 3, and then we'll come back and get those 2. Cold AF? Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you're up in, like, Appalachia, right? I can imagine. I would not, yeah. I'm hearing, I've got a couple streamers I follow, they're in New York, they're like, yeah, it's really cold up here. I'm like, oh, that sucks. You should come to Albuquerque. Because it's really nice right now. Let's see what we're gonna do push-ups. I guess I could do push-ups. I guess I could do push-ups right here. Put everything down right here. I got so cold so fast. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's been abnormally warm this year, so. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. As long as there's no S word, you're good? Yeah. None of that white powdery stuff. Get out of here. Yeah, like Phoenix is cooling down in a hurry. However, it's just dropping real quick, and then it's popping right back up to the 90s. And I'm like, Phoenix, it's October. It's in fact, it is now it is almost late October. What are you still doing in the 90s? Stop it. So, it has been abnormally warm this late in the year. It kind of sucks. But yeah, no, I mean, getting, especially when it gets cold that fast, like, I'm sure everyone in Phoenix this Saturday and Sunday, because it's going to drop to like 75 and I think 72 for the high. I'm going to see people in sweaters. It's going to be funny. And it's because they've been sitting at 100 for the past 3.5 weeks, Like, relative temperatures are a bitch. So, for me, 70 is going to be great, because I've been hanging out in 70, 80s for the past 3 weeks. Well, it's been actually close to the 80s. Oh, we got some cacti right over here. I keep forgetting to look up how to prepare cactus pears. Or cactus fruit. I'll get around to it at some point. I'll look it up. I'm sure you gotta wash it and then you have to cut it open carefully, remove any spikies, and then wash it some more, and then take a nice careful bite. Make sure there's no pricklies that can get inside your mouth. Ooh, we got a bit of red going on over here. Look at that one. I don't know what that is. This one over here just went red in a hurry. Wow. There's some red over here too. But this one you can definitely see right here. You want to eat cactus anything? Oh yeah. Have you ever had cactus? You know, anything cactus? I've had it a couple of times. I'm not like a huge fan of them. I can eat like a couple, and then I'm like, okay, I'm over this. Hey, look at that. We got some fall colors here. Gorgeous. Look at that. Mr. Halfog, you want to jump in here for a quick picture? Oh God, Mr. Halfog. Ow. It's on the nest? Hell yeah. Well, I hope you're able to make it down. But also, if you ever want me to mail you anything, let me know. I'll fucking mail you some cactus stuff. There's like cactus stuff all over the place over here. But I can't recommend enough coming to visit Phoenix or, you know, Albuquerque. Now, granted, with winter coming, you're going to want to go to Phoenix. Albuquerque gets really cold during the winter. I mean, heck, if you come to Phoenix in February, you can come hang out with me and Foxbox. This goes for anyone, guys. If you come to Phoenix, we'll hang out. You do have to provide your own hotel, but I can chauffeur you around. Just ask me for the best time to come in. I'll tell you what weekends are best for Phoenix. The Phoenix Ren Fair, really fun to go to. That's definitely a recommended list. And if you're not a big fan of the Super Bowl, then going Super Bowl weekend is the way to go. Me and Foxwalks, we go to the Ren Fair every year on Super Bowl weekend. Or specifically Super Bowl day. Because there's always like no one's there. And then you still got time to get home and catch the second half. You know. Do 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 do. However, I would still love to one day taste just straight up cactus fruit. So, we'll see if I get around to that at some point. And look at these trees just producing them fall colors. Hell yeah. I didn't think we'd get these colors this far south already. Where are we in relation to the next one? Alright, just keep walking. Plenty. Never been to Phoenix. If I have time, you go down. And that's always the tough part, you know, is getting time to go visit another city, you know. I get it. You know, it's tough. There's so many cities to visit. I mean, You know, there's a couple cities on my list I still need to visit. I haven't been to New Orleans yet. I still haven't been to Nashville. I'm trying to think of other big cities I haven't been to yet. Honestly, that might be all of them. No, I haven't been to Green Bay yet. Although Green Bay's not necessarily a big city. I mean, it is, you know, but it's big because of the Packers. Is it Green Bay? Yeah, Green Bay. That's not the name of the city. There's no way. Yeah, I would definitely love to visit Wisconsin again. I know a couple of pinballers there now. A couple have moved over to Wisconsin. I'm like, ooh. Now when I go to Wisconsin, I know I can contact you about doing some pinball. So. Speaking of pinball, I might be coming back to Albuquerque in January. I'm officially, well, currently in the top 8 for women's open, and I don't see myself getting kicked down. So it's a bit of a trail over here. How did you like the Twin Cities? I'm presuming that's what, Minneapolis and St. Paul. Yep, nope, not going in that direction. That looks. I went to Minneapolis and in 2022, and I enjoyed it. I went there, I think it was what, September, and I got to go to the Minnesota Renaissance Fair. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. I did go to the Mall of America, which is kind of overrated. I did not care for it. I don't really care for malls, so, you know, if you don't care for malls, the Mall of America is just 2 malls put on top of each other. That's all it is. 3 malls, technically. They do have a really cool theme park on the inside, but that's about it. I don't remember what else I did. I know I went to go to a dam, and I went to go eat at this Native American place called Chief by the Owamni or something. Well, they had phenomenal food. They had this bison tartare, which was amazing. Oh my god, so good. And I got to have dried grasshoppers, which was also very good. Let me look at here. Let me look at my Google Maps, because I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I went to just Minneapolis. I don't think I went to St. Paul. There's a path in that direction. Yeah, I think I just went to the Minneapolis portion. I did go to a place called Hidden Falls Regional Park. But where's St. Paul? Is that south? Yeah, I don't really go to St. Paul. I mostly stay in Minneapolis. So I don't think I spent enough time to really give you a judgment on which one I think is better. I think it's one of those, I think Minneapolis is like the busier portion, right? Which would indicate to me that St. Paul is probably the more chill, you know, the more chill side, right? Like, when I think of, like, Seattle, we have Seattle and Bellevue, right? Seattle's kind of the hustle and bustle, and Bellevue's kind of the super chill, like, suburban side, you know? That's what I would think of if I was, if I was to think of the two, but I haven't spent enough time there. I will say this, though. They do have this really cool thing called the catwalk or something. But basically, it's a neighborhood event where people sign up to show their cats off to people, and everyone like gathers at a point in the neighborhood, and they walk around the neighborhood. And there's a guy with a microphone who points out the cats and gives information about them, and people present their cats. It's really fucking cool. And I want to go to Minneapolis just for that event. St. Paul is almost as big, but it's more chill, and that's what I figure. I figure St. Paul is like the more chill side, you know? But as for which is better, I do not have enough information to make that call. So, there's only a couple cities where I feel confident talking about them, right? So, like, Seattle, Portland, Denver, Phoenix, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Jacksonville, Florida, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and there's like one more. I want to say Oakland, but I don't know. I don't go to Oakland enough. I say Salt Lake City will probably be the 10th city. Oh, Albuquerque. Albuquerque's number 10. There we go. Those cities I can confidently talk about. You know, cats, yeah. I just want to do it because it sounds awesome. Uh-oh. Are we having trouble with our signal? Might have to turn around. Come on. Alright, so the next geocache should be around here. I mean, Pittsburgh has a surprising amount of stuff to do. They, They have another pinball. They have really good walking trails. I like their food scene. Their food scene is pretty good. They have a place called Church Brewworks, which is an old church that got bought out by a brewery, and they left a lot of stuff in. So you're literally drinking beer and eating pierogies in a church. It's great. I don't think Pittsburgh's that boring. I think Pittsburgh is interesting well, it could be better. I think it's interesting enough. But I come from Jacksonville, Florida, which I think is one of the most boring cities I've ever been to. And it's not just because I grew up there. I went back a year and a half ago. No, I went back earlier I went back last November. And the plan had been for me to stay in Jacksonville for 4 months. I stayed there a month and like a week, and I left because I did not like it. It was just there was just nothing to do in Jacksonville. You know? I was like, even the museums are kind of boring, and people were like, well, what St. Augustine? I'm like, St. Augustine is St. Augustine. St. Augustine is not Jacksonville. Alright? So, right, that's like trying to tell me, Solvang is part of Los Angeles. It's not. It's its own little thing, That's like trying to tell me Lancaster is part of Philadelphia. It's not. I'm talking about bigger distances, but you get my point, alright? Jacksonville's a really boring city. It's not a whole lot there I can tell you, I can tell you to go do. And even if you went to, Google, you'd probably be like, wow, there's really not a lot to do there. I'm like, yeah. Shop and eat are the two things to do there. And you can shop and eat in any city. So, alright, let me whip out my Geocache app, see where we're at here. Alright. We got 3 geocaches on this trail. We've got a ways to go. I'm way off the trail. Okay. Got half a mile. The Andy Warhol Museum. I wanted to go to that. I haven't been to it. I've been to the Heinz Museum. That was really cool. I really enjoyed the Heinz Museum. Y'all have a Dobra tea, which is a really cool tea house. They have a limited amount. Hey, look at this, guys. We've got the poopy tomatoes. The historical and hipster stuff, yeah. And Pittsburgh has a huge pinball convention called Pinburgh, which I've wanted to go check out for years. But really, Pittsburgh's biggest advantage is the fact that it's located near a bunch of other cities. So if you get bored of Pittsburgh, you can just head over to Cincinnati. You can go to DC. Right? You can go to, Cleveland. Hell, you could probably drive to Chicago in one day. Yeah, so what we found out walking along these trails is that every so often you'll see these little things, which they look like tiny tomatoes, right? Well, where they probably came from was probably when horses ate tomatoes, and then the horses would poop, and then the tomato seeds would just get scattered around here, Not too far from NYC. Yeah, not too far from NYC. Philadelphia is like a 6-hour drive. That's always funny is when people are like, when you tell them like you're in Philadelphia and they're like, oh, do you know this person in Pittsburgh? And it's like, I don't know if you know this, but Pittsburgh's really far from Philadelphia. Like 5 to 6 hours depending on how fast you drive. It's crazy. But yeah, Pittsburgh's just a really good location just to go to other cities, Whereas if you're in like Denver, right? Denver is an example of a city where if you get bored, where the fuck are you gonna go? I guess you could go to Albuquerque, but that's 6 hours away. You could go to Salt Lake City, but that's 8 hours away. You could go to Kansas City, which is also 8 hours away. Like, Denver is a super isolated city. And so is Salt Lake City, honestly. Salt Lake City is also pretty isolated. Really, when you think about it, when you get west of Kansas City, all the cities are super far apart until you get to the West Coast. And even then, there's still a lot of distance between cities, Like, you got Seattle and Portland, but then from Portland, it takes you like 5 hours to get to Sacramento, and you're like, oh my god. And then Sacramento's right next to the Bay Area, but then to get from the Bay Area to Los Angeles is like another 4 to 5 hour drive. So, yeah, no, absolutely. We need regional, we need really good regional trains that we can then start building out into a national train line, But car companies will never go for it. Car companies need people to stay obsessed with cars and they're reliant on cars. That's how they make the most money. And they'll do it at the expense of, people who can't afford cars and they're forced to get one, People never believe me when I say cars are hella expensive. And they're like, cars aren't expensive. I'm like, yes, they are. They're extremely expensive. Especially when compared to public transportation, which is significantly cheaper. One of the arguments people try to make are people are like, well, I have to, pick up X amount of groceries. I'm like, we wouldn't have to do that if, we could just have, local grocers that we could buy from. Alright. huge expense, yeah, absolutely. Of course, in my case, it is saving me money. However, I don't recommend a van knife for everybody. I mean, it's definitely a hard knife. You know, it requires it not to get used to. Alright, the geocache is off to our left somewhere. So I'm gonna see if we can find a spot to start crossing over. Might not be able to. I mean, we gotta come back this way. We gotta go back on that trail over there anyway, so not a big deal if we miss this one, but definitely would like to connect over to that trail. We're on the trail system here. What are we looking at? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, this is fine. We can stay on this trail until it connects back. But yeah, I mean, you know, even if you have a brand new car, right, you got to think about your car payments, right, which for many people will average somewhere between $400 and $700, depending on how expensive a car you bought. And then you got insurance, which, if you're lucky, will cost you no more than $400 to $500 every 6 months. And then you gotta talk about maintenance. So for an oil change, minimum, you're talking 2 changes a year. So that's about $150. That comes out to, you know, let's see, using just base numbers here, 5, that's 1,000, that's 12,000 a year, you know. 12,000 a year, and that's assuming, you know, and that's not even including gas yet. We haven't even added in gas, nor have we added in, you know, any potential repairs. But then you look at a place like Portland, where, you know, it only costs $5 to get a day pass for their, you know, night rail. You know, even if you bought a new day pass every day for 30 days, that's only $150 a month. Wait, did I do my math wrong? I did do my math wrong. Hold on. Well, we'll do public transportation. I mean, the math there is like $150 a month. And that's assuming you buy the one-day pass every day versus just getting a monthly pass, which is probably $75. 150 times 12, $1,800 versus, I mean, let's ignore car payments. Let's just do insurance. I mean, $1,000 plus any gas that you have to pay for, right? I mean, gas itself, you're talking minimum 4 refills a week or 4 refills a month minimum. We'll call it 5 refills at about $50, so that's $250 a month right there. So $250 times 12. I mean, it's ridiculous, you know. Huge proponent of walkability and reduced car dependency. Yeah. If you had bullet trains, people could commute from DC to New York City almost. Yeah. I mean, really, what we need isn't just bullet trains. We need it to be connected well, you know. Right now, the big problem with trains that go from city to city is that you have to go to like a specific part of town to get to this station that's not connected to any of the other public transportation, or barely is. And then you need to go through basically the equivalent of getting on an airplane, which is fucking stupid, you know. And they have weight requirements. I'm just like, none of this should exist for a train. This is fucking stupid, you know. We need to make it easier to just hop on the train and go. So, but first things first, we gotta get cities gotta get their local, you know, public transport up to snuff, you know. Only time you use transit when you're going from New Haven to New York City. I mean, that's fair. I also did not want to go drive into New York City, so I took trains from Jersey City into New York City. I was like, nope, sorry, not gonna pay $20 just to get into New York City, only to pay an additional $100 in parking. I'm good. But yeah, while we've got people like Elon Musk trying to push his infinity tunnel, which does not work, by the way. I have taken it. It sucks. We made fun of a driver to their face because we got stuck in traffic. Now it's like, hey, we're stuck in traffic. Hilarious. And that was their big thing. They were like, you don't get stuck in traffic in the tunnel. Except we did. I will say the nice thing that's starting to become more popular is the self-driving cars. They've been really, you know, they've been really nice. I've heard nothing but, well, I mean, I've heard some bad things, but I think that's just from people who are trying to make bad faith arguments. But I've heard nothing but good stuff from people who have taken the self-driving cars. You know, they drive the speed limit. They don't try to kill people. And that's always the worst part, is when people make bad faith arguments about, you know, self-driving cars. I'm like, humans do everything you just said every day. Every fucking day. You know? Like, I hate to break it to you, but self-driving cars making this one or two mistakes, this is stuff you see from humans all the time. And trust me, now that the self-driving people have seen, okay, this is a problem, they're going to fix it, and that's not going to be a problem anymore. But humans are humans, and they're going to keep doing that stupid shit all the time, so, you know. Like, you know who really needs it? Albuquerque. It's going to sound crazy, guys, but Albuquerque, in my opinion, has some of the most dangerous driving in the United States. I think there's just the absolute most aggressive people here. Hello, grasshopper. Goodbye, grasshopper. Imagine how cool the future's going to look and then stifle progress. Yeah. Yep. To be fair, I think the people stifling progress are the people who are afraid of change. And those tend to be the people with the most money and the people generally in power. Or car companies. Car company CEOs who will gladly support anything for public transportation. Alright. We got another geocache here called Game Day Snack. Go to Street View here. Alright, we're about 91 feet away. I go this way. Okay. Geocache. Geocache. Oh, watch out, me. "40 feet away. 30 feet. It's gotta be in that trunk over there. That's my guess. Ow, motherfucker. Ow, 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 ow. Stupid thorny plants. Get out of here. Okay. Ow. Okay. Let's get over here. Let me get you guys put down so I can whip out, so I can get my phone out here. Alright. How are we doing with signal? It's doing okay. Alright. Let me go ahead and let's figure out what this is. Game Day Snack. Film canister and a larger host. Is this another one by Sneezy? No, it's El Bosco. Alright. Might be this thing over here. Let me see. Alright. Turn you guys, face you down there. I think it might be this thing. Let's find out though. Nope. Alright. So it's probably somewhere on this thing right here. So I'm gonna poke around. Here? Nope. I put you guys in the shade, so keep you nice and cool. There we go. All right. Let me take a look at my Geocache app again. Where'd I put it? Alright, yeah, it's somewhere over there. Let me go into the comments though, and let me see. Oh, but a bunch of people haven't found it in a while. That's gonna be tough. It means someone may have moved it. I'll take a peek around, but knowing this, we might not. So, I'm gonna lift up all the knowledge here. Check some of the nogs over here, so y'all just enjoy the scenery. I'll be right back. careful. Super, ow, fucking super sharp, spiky plant. Yeah, I think someone took it. That's okay. Go ahead and get to the path. Should be in this direction. We're going to have to start heading back. Our signal's getting worse out here. Or not. Alright, so there's two more Whoa, that one's way out there. I don't know if we should go for that one. I don't know if we've been walking for 2 hours. Oh my god. Is it really time for a next set of push-ups? Hot damn. Let me see, because there's another one in that direction. Alright. Let's go and knock out our 20 push-ups. Let's go somewhere where there's no ants, because there's quite a few over here. I would like to not do push-ups where ants can get on my hands and bite me. That does not sound like fun. Not fun at all. So we're gonna head in this direction. We're gonna try to grab this geocache, and then we'll backtrack, and we'll get the rest of the geocaches, and then we'll get back to the van. So, I mean, this looks like, here we go. Here's a good spot to. Not in the sun though. Not in the sun. No way. Come on over here. See, you got some housing over there. We parked somewhere in that direction. I don't know where. What? Somewhere over there. Alright. Sure. Right here sounds as good as any. Alright. Here we go, y'all. 20 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Good old 20 push-ups. Love to see it, y'all. Get some water in me, because we haven't drank water yet. Oh yeah. Make sure y'all haven't redeemed anything. Alright, good to go. Which there are some new redeem. There's one new redeem called Pet to Chat. It's kind of to make up for the fact that I can't do a Fiona hug when I'm inside my van. So I was like, we'll do a pet the chat. But we still had the hugs, right? When we're doing IRL streams, I can hug you guys now. Though the umbrellas can make things a little difficult. And then of course we got the Mr. Half Hug hugs. So the half hugs, one could say. And then we also have one that's Make Us Tall. Or Give Me Uppies, I think. I forget what it's called. I think the description says Uppies or something. But basically what'll happen is, well, basically I'll just make you guys really tall. And I'll walk like this. Which means I won't have any idea what anyone is saying. And I won't know what you guys can exactly see. Because I need both hands to hold it steady when y'all are that tall. I feel like, am I passing a geocache? Nope, not there yet. Got another, what, 500 feet to go? Okay, not too bad. So this next one we got coming up is called 4 Buds. It's a micro. Let's see what the hint is. Good old horse poop. Means a horse has been here recently. Ooh, that smells fresh too. They must have come by this morning. What is it about horse poop that makes it okay to leave on the trail, but dog poop isn't? Is it because horse poop can just get broken down very easily? That's every something I see around here. It's just horse poop everywhere. Which is fine, so whatever. I understand, you know, not picking up after your horse. It's not a poop. But it's also like, Alright, we're almost there. Another less than 100 yards. About 200 feet out. In general, you can't have horse riding without letting them poop. They probably don't like the horse poop, to be honest. One match, also horse trail. Yeah. So this is a multi-use trail. So bicycles, human, or walkers, and horses. I mean, it is definitely one of those things that's like, I mean, I guess if they didn't like it, they could just ban horses. I don't know. It just, I don't think it's an ease thing, you know. Alright, so the geocache is in this direction. So let's start making our way over there. Ooh, and now the Sharpie things in this direction. Don't like it. Alright. Looks like it's gonna be over here somewhere. Oh god. Oh god, no. Watch out. Alright. Gotta be over here somewhere. They said it's not in the fallen log or fallen tree, so if I had to guess, it's gonna be in here. Going to my app, I'm actually off by some amount. Let me see. Actually might be over in that tree. There's no way it's in here. I mean, it could be in here actually. The hint's a little confusing. It says it's not in the down tree. So you have to take me over here now. We got it. Whew, that one took a bit. There it is. It was under one of the nogs over there. Just had to flip them all. So that's right. sweet shades. Do 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 do. Yeah, not a single human being out here. It's wonderful. That hasn't been signed since 2022. There's a bunch of people who signed in 2023, but I think that's because there was a fake cache over here. Number one rule of geocaching: protect the environment. Number two, don't replace a geocache if you think it's missing. 16 October 2024. Nipsey Fiona. There we go. Have I ever made my own geocache? I have not. But yeah, it's pretty easy. All you have to do is just get like a container. So like here, I'll show you. A pretty common container you'll see. That's not it. Something like this, like a bison tube. And something easy you can do is you can just find a bush or a tree and hang it up. And then you just submit that to Geocache. Well, first you have to get permission, right? So especially if you're putting it into a park, you want to make sure that the park allows it. So you have to contact your Parks and Rec. But after that, once you have your location, you put it up, you contact the Geocache app or the Geocache people. You tell them, hey, I had this Geocache. You provide the coordinates, description, and bam, it goes active, and there you go. You have a Geocache. So, easy day. I don't have one yet because I travel too much, and one of the requirements to having a geocache is that you have to be able to take care of it. And so that's just something I can't really... I mean, I could do it if I put it in like Seattle, since I'm up in Seattle every year anyways. But it's also like, I shouldn't. So, but we'll see. If I ever inherit my papa's house, Jacksonville could use a ton. And so if I ever inherit the house and I go to end up living in Jacksonville for a couple years, which I would fucking hate, but I decide to have a house, I'd probably just go around and start creating geocaches everywhere. So, because Jacksonville does not have a ton of geocaches, which kind of sucks. Anyways, I'm going to get a picture of Mr. Heffog, and then get the geocache put back. I'm going to flip you guys in that direction. You can see where I put it. Alright, Mr. Heffog. Picture time. Oh. Sit, Mr. Heffog. Sit. There we go. About to sneeze. But yeah, I've kind of slowed down at geocaching because now the local areas I go to, I've kind of caught up on geocaching. So I really need to start looking at doing more geocaching in places where, I don't have enough. So Portland is the next viable spot. Olympia has a bunch. I mean, realistically, Seattle still has a bunch for me to get because I haven't done that much in Seattle. I've mostly done Tacoma and Phoenix are the two big cities I've done most of the geocaching. I mean, Phoenix probably has another 1,000 for me to find. Like, there's so many in Phoenix, and it's amazing. But also, there's a ton, so... I'm gonna get this geocache signed. Well, not signed, but logged in. Quick and easy. TFTC. Alright. So now we're gonna start backtracking. And I mean, funny is we could go forward and get those geocaches across the bridge, but I don't want to. It's already been 2 hours, and it's gonna take us about an hour to get back to our van anyways. So we're gonna go for Fnash Frog, Adamo Ben, and Boss Cache. So we're gonna go for 3 caches here, so. But they're a bit away, so I don't need to worry about having my phone out. Alright, let's get back to the trail. Doo -doo, doo -doo. This way. Avoid the spiky things, me. The spiky plants hurt. Like these things. And they're everywhere right now. I'm also keeping an eye out here for any snakes. Wouldn't want to run into one of those. There we go. Alright. Let's get them moving. Let me fix my stick a little bit. There we go. Oh, yeah. So yeah, I'm sure one of these days I'll make my own geocache. It's only a matter of time. A popular place to find geocaches are at rest stops. So if you ever travel, if you have a geocache app and you go into a rest area, check your geocache app. There might be a geocache over there. Though sometimes they put them way out into the woods, and I'm like, nah, I'm not going out in the woods. I'm good. And other times they'll just put them like the picnic area up in one of the rafters of one of the you know, of a gazebo, or under a picnic table or a bench, you know. Geocaches are reasonable most of the time. I actually was tempted to take us to a spot where I've already found all the geocaches, so I could show you all the different geocaches that are up in the trees. And when I say up in the trees, they're like way up in the trees. Like, it's kind of dumb to get them. How's the walk going? Walk's going great. We've managed to find 3 or 4, I think, 4 geocaches. And we're on our way to get 3 more headed in this direction. So, what are you having for lunch, Runner? We were also having a conversation about how, like, you know, it's okay for horses to poop on the trail and no one has to clean it up, but dog poop has to be picked up. And we were trying to figure out, like, why is that? Do you happen to know, Runner? Is there, like, what's, you know, what are the official rules on horse poop on the trail? I don't know if you know. It's fun if you don't. Sodium bomb, aka ramen. Yo, creamy chicken ramen is so good. That's my second favorite. Only behind chili lemon, or lemon chili. Horse poop's almost all vegetables. Dog poop's very much not. Gotcha. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. But I mean, is that like the big reason why they don't care about horse poop getting picked up? For anyone in chat, else in chat who, hang on a minute, my Twitch chat disconnected for a minute. Should be back. For anyone in chat who eats ramen, what's your favorite flavors? Like I said, chili ramen or chili, lemon chili. For me, and then creamy chicken, my top two. Don't know, to be honest. Experienced horse trails have been different than human trails. Yeah. But this is a multi-use trail, so, you know, available for everyone. Fertilizer doesn't smell or as bad as infectious. Okay. I can dig that. Oh, they call it soy now? Yeah, I remember Oriental. Oriental used to be my favorite as a kid. And then it became chicken, and then it became beef, and then it went back to chicken, and then shrimp. Shrimp flavor took over my favorite for a long time. I think shrimp flavor was my favorite for like 15 years. And then I discovered the chili lemon and the creamy chicken, and I've never looked back. Your friend can't find creamy chicken? Tell him to go to Super Savers. Super Savers should have them. Super Savers has everything. Well, at least the ones I've been to. I don't know what part of Seattle they're in. For anyone who doesn't know what Super Savers is, it's this Asian grocery that's super cheap, as is their names, and their shortened version of the name is SARS. Horribly inconvenient name. I don't know how they came up with SARS and decided not to change it, but you know what? I'm not here to judge, because they have great grocery selection. And each one seems to specialize in a different, you know, part of the world. So like the one near where Fox is tends to be heavily Asian. The one in Auburn tends to specialize in European. There's one in Seattle that I think specializes in Middle Eastern. It's really cool. She lives up in Northgate. Okay, hell yeah. Okay, we still got a ways until we get to this next one. Okay. I have passed by Northgate. I've not been there. But yeah, I can't hear someone. But when I make ramen, I also like to add in 2 eggs, if I can. Nowadays, that's a lot harder for me to do, because when I buy eggs, I have to keep them refrigerated, and I only have so much room. So it's so nice once the night rail went up there. Yeah, absolutely. The night rail, it goes all the way up to Linwood now, which is really amazing. Bellevue should be connected by next year, and they're saying Federal Way should be connected by 2028, which means hopefully Tacoma gets attached by 2030, which, I mean, that's so far away when you look at it. When you make this, so you like to add a smidge of butter. Really nice. Okay. Now, I will say, I definitely have cut back from eating these soy bomb noodles. Because, yeah, as we mentioned, they are not good for you. They have a ton of sodium. What I tend to do nowadays is I just get noodles. I'll cook them up, and then before all the water evaporates, that's how I cook my noodles nowadays. I just evaporate the water. I'll just add in a bunch of cream cheese soup. And I'll just have basically the equivalent of macaroni spaghetti. Though I do add in some nice hot sauce. Y'all know those hot sauce from, who is it? They've got like all the special colors, Durnock or something. Yeah, cream cheese soup, super good. And then I love adding the hot sauce from that Korean noodle brand. I'll add that to give it some good spice. So good. Well, so I basically I just get a broccoli soup. Sorry, I didn't even say cream cheese. I meant a broccoli cheese soup. My bad. Although now that I think about it, we should try making a cream cheese soup someday. I mean, how hard it can be? Just throw a bunch of cream cheese into water, right? That's just how it works. Can't be that hard. Man, I haven't had cream cheese in so long. Shoot, now I'm like, oh, now I want to get some cream cheese and bagels. Everything bagels too, not in them plain bagels, everything bagels, because those are that's the way to go. You had cream cheese in your everything bagel this morning? Nice! You know, I'm not a huge fan of smoked salmon. I'll eat it, it's fine, but I prefer raw salmon. I'm not a huge fan of smoked, don't care as much. Oh, I kind of want to go to an all-you-can-eat sushi place and just have all the salmon. Dude, look at the size of this gigantic anthill. Oh my god, this thing is huge. You think don't mind if I kick over the top real quick? Well, there's the opening. They built quite the shield. Don't worry, I won't fall. Honestly, the ants here in New Mexico are kinda tame. So when you start going out east, did the ants become like, whoa. Well, I mean, that might be a lie. But I've always had bigger problems with ants out east than I have out west. Like, ever gone to a park and you just see anthills all over the place? Yeah. I always see that out east. I never see it out west. The ants always like to stay out in this area. And always out of the way for the most part. Got bit on the neck by an ant on a grape he picked to eat. What in the world, that ant? Ugh. How much did that suck? That sounds awful. Alright, so this next one, Fnash Frog. One person didn't find it. That's okay. Because I think we can find it. So let's hit the navigate button. Got attacked by a red ant colony as a child, had to be hosed off. Ugh. God. Oh, that's making me. Oh my God. You know what movie scared me as a kid? Actually, still scares me to this day. Arachnophobia. Do y'all remember that movie? Alright. So it's over here somewhere. Don't be in this bunch of nogs. Alright, it's gonna be over here somewhere. We're gonna have to go up. Alright. Let's get up here. Probably somewhere back there. Yeah, okay. That movie gets you still? Oh, yeah. Yep. Still scares shit out of me. Especially that part where, you know, they find a couple that's on... Uh-oh. And there's like a frog foot. That's not good. Alright. Alright, according to this, it should be in this area. The shower, yeah, the shower. Yeah, they're eating the popcorn. Yo, there was like, apparently there was a real life arachnophobia thing that happened in someone's. So, I don't know how true this is, but apparently someone had just, you know, rented a house not too long ago. And one night they were sleeping and one of them woke up because they got bit by something. And they realized it was a brown recluse. And when they turned on the lights, there were brown recluses descending slowly from the ceiling. They legit had to crawl on the floor to get out of the bedroom. I'm like, bro, that is straight nightmare fuel. Fuck that, dude. Oh my God. I could not. Oh God, I couldn't imagine. Okay. Let's see now. Bring you guys over here. Yep, burn it. Burn it to the ground. Nope. That house does not need to exist. Hint, remember to nog your visit. So if I'm right, it might be over there. We'll check, assuming that there's a frog to be found. Okay. See if we can find this geocache, y'all. Yeah, this one might be gone. Missing some obvious spots. Now, speaking of spider movies, have y'all seen 8-Legged Freaks? That was a fun movie. Yeah, it's gotta be. I'm gonna keep checking. I'm thinking maybe over here somewhere would make sense. got it. Woo, there it is. Just had to keep nooking, y'all. Nookie. Look at this frog. He's you got a FNAF night. It's probably where the geocache is. It's probably inside of this. So let me go ahead and get these gloves off. Oh, I tore my nail. Damn it. Hang on. It's gonna just. Do. Got it. Man, the last time this was signed was April of 23. Has it really been that long? I feel like people are finding a secondary cache. This is weird. Let's see. The 16th of October, 2024. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get a picture of Mr. Half-Hog. I just want to double check. Is there more? Is there another one? Nope. Yeah, I think a bunch of people have just been straight up just dogging it without actually signing it. Wait a minute. Let me get a picture. Go. That's a good find. Yo, oh my god, don't fall. I almost knocked you guys down. There we go. All right. See where we're at here. We got 2 more geocaches to grab. Next one's called Alamo Bend. Let's go for it. Back to the trail we go. Yeah, but you can see he's been using his feet. So That's okay though. The cache is still in play. It's just funny though, because like, I'm wondering, like, what the fuck has everyone been signing? Because, you know, when I look at the logs for this geocache, you know, going into his geocache, looking at the logs, someone found it, you know, a bunch of people found it this year. So there's the 4/15/23, the Gator 7. So they were the last people to find it. These two probably just didn't sign it. And then Team TJ didn't sign it. That's okay. Alright. So how far we are from the next geocache here? Probably what? 0.2 miles? That's fine. Perfectly fine. Yeah. You know, that ant thing they were mentioning shipment reminds me of that ant scene from, I know it's an awful movie and all, but it reminds me of that ant scene from, that fourth Indiana Jones movie. You know, the movie that doesn't exist, but, you know, we'll remember that one scene where the guy gets carried into an ant mound. And there's some fucked up scenes with ants. Like, super fucked up scenes. And I'm like, forever haunted by them. Oh yeah, oh what is 3-hour mark already? Ugh, okay. I'm gonna do some push-ups again. Do 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 do. Oh, and you guys need a new battery. Hang on. There we go. Alright, you guys are charging once again. I guess I could just use my Geocache app on my phone, which should help. Oops. Not quite there yet. We've got some soft sand here. It's making walking a wee bit difficult at the moment. Not a huge fan. Good for training though, if you're ever, you know, trying to train to become, you know, get stronger legs. Sprint. Sort of a lot of athletes do when they want to get faster, they practice on sand. Because you gotta work harder. It's like the people who go, they work out in Denver and Salt Lake City. They work out up there to get used to, you know, the lower atmosphere, lower oxygen. Makes them stronger, and then when they hit, you know, when they go to sea level for race, they're like, oh, super strong, you know? Alright, another couple hundred of feet. Nice little stumpy nog. Good place to rest. Man, it feels so good to be using the umbrella again. It's been so long since we've done a stream with an umbrella. Because every time we streamed during the, Hot Air Balloon Festival, it was either so early in the morning it didn't matter, or it was so late at night that it didn't matter. Even the one time it was in the afternoon, it was so like, the sun was really at such an angle that the umbrella wasn't going to be doing anything. Granted that we should have kept it up for the conversation starters, but honestly, I was there for the hot air balloons. So, alright, we're only a couple hundred feet away now. Whoop. 200 feet out. Do 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 do. Alright. Now, question is at what point do we turn off? Because it's right over here off to our left. Facing on that direction already. Oh, we gotta go a little bit farther. Hang on. Probably right past this tree, there seems to be a potential geo trail that people have used. Here we go. So yeah, somewhere over here. Here we go. I see the geo trail. Let's go. I see something back there, but I don't think that's it. That's really far. Might be behind one of these trees. Oh, I see something. Ow. Well, according to my Geocache app, it should be right here. It says at the base of a tree. Should be at the base of one of these trees. Let's see. Alright. I'm gonna put you guys down. So I'm thinking it's that tree over there, but it could be this one. Oh, I see. There might be something over here. Is that it? Nope, that's just a leaf. Ooh. Ow, motherfucker, that hurt. Hold on. There's something over here. Can I get on this side though? There we go. Well, you'd think it would be here. Oh, wait. There's this. Here's this thing. Where's the rest of it? Interesting. I wonder if there's more. Let me see if I can dig. Let me do a little digging here. Interesting. Well, this is it. I'm surprised there's not more to it. Whoops. Let's put this in here. Just gonna get this signed. Oh, this thing looks old. 22. Okay, here we go. Alright, Mr. Apple, I'm going to just put you on top of these two things. There you go, buddy. And then I'm going to see if I can find like maybe something to put it inside of. Maybe this one over here. Alright. Let me take a look at some of these people who have found this. Mr. Apple, get in here. And this is the most geocaching that we've done on stream in a hot minute, y'all. So, it's been a good time. So glad we've been able to actually find most of these. I mean, there was that one hot dog one, which I feel like it's there. It's probably just buried under a shit ton of leaves. I don't feel like digging. At least for that one anyways. There we go. Put this one away, and then maybe we can put it inside like a stick or something to help. Can I put it inside of this one? See if we clear this out just like that. There we go. Put it just like this, and then this way we can just put that in there. It shouldn't fall. And then we can bury, or we can put some other sticks in front of it. There we go. Perfect. Can't even see it. Alright, let's get out of here. Right. Then we're gonna nog this real quick, and then we'll go for the final geocache of today. Well, we could just 2 more we can go for, but we might call it after the next one. Alright, so the next one here is called Geocache. And this one was found, well, there we go. It was adjusted. So we're going to go try to find this next one. Alright, let's get back to the trail. This actually might have been one that we did not find last time. Uh-oh, wait. How do I get through here if I'm going through some of these spiky plants? See, these buggers I gotta be careful for. Alright, come over here. Sorry, tree, I'm pushing you out of the way. I'm taking the way I came in, so I don't have to deal with spiky plants. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Albuquerque, y'all. So much geocaching. I love it. But you're going to do quite a bit of bushwhacking. So, what you have, like, you're getting covered in little bushwhacking stuff. Oh, we've got someone over here. I'm going to point you guys in a different direction here, so I don't run into any problems. In fact, I'll just point you guys at me. What's up? Well, there's all the birds over here. Alright. So not far from the next one, probably about 200 feet away. 500 feet away. Sometimes my estimates aren't great. What's the hint for this one? It is not in the stump. Okay. Cool. Not in the stump. Hasn't been found since January though, so that's gonna be fun. Oh yeah, we got some horses. Horsies. Goodbye, horsies. One of these days I'll ride a horse. Don't know when that will be, but it'll happen. I have a friend who was actually like, you know, since I pole dance, I actually already use a lot of the body parts that are very useful to, you know, riding a horse. So like your thighs, your feet, good core strength. The number one thing she told me though is if I ever ride a horse, the horse knocks you off, you have to get back up, jump back on the horse. And I was like, yeah? And they're like, well, yeah, because you can't let the horse learn that it's in control. Horse has to learn that if it knocks you off, you're going to get back on. Now I was like, okay. I can do that. Alright, 150 feet out, y'all. "100 feet. We'll be the first people to find it since the maintenance. It's kind of crazy that, you know, and all these geocaches don't get found. Okay, so it's gotta be right over here somewhere, because there's a trunk, and it said not in the stump. There's only a couple places it could be. saying it's farther over here. Go through this. Oh God. This looks a little sus. Nope, nothing in there. Alright. Let's see, if someone was re-hiding it the first time, where would they put it? Where would they put the geocache? Let me whip out my phone again here. See if I can get a better idea of where it's at here. It's somewhere over here. It's actually indicating that it's probably over here somewhere. Maybe under this thing? Nope. I think there was one that I couldn't find last time too. Although I see a potential good hiding spot. Let me see. Let me check the... Yeah, I see a good spot for it. There's a hole right over there. Can I get over there? It might be in there, I hope. Nope. I don't see anything in there. Oh. It's not in the stump. It might be over in that tree. That might be what they're trying to imply. This tree does not sound secure at all. Let's say I give it. Ow, motherfucker, that hurt. Ooh, I almost sprained my ankle. Ow. It's definitely not gonna be in here. He said it's not gonna be in there. There's no way. There's only one other place I can think of where it would be. We're good though. I came down on an awkward level piece of wood. I'm able to walk. We're good. Would suck though if I had to get back to my van on a sprained ankle. That'd be shitty. Nope, not in here. I think we're gonna pass this one up. I think we're just gonna say buckets. There's too much wood in the way. Unless I see something fairly obvious, which I don't. I think I'm down to call it there. Let me see. Oh. Let me see where we're at. There might be one more geocache we might want to go for. This one's called Maggie Says Hide It Here. We'll see. We'll see. We might just end up grading out pretty soon here. Let's at least get back because we had to go back to the entrance anyways. So let's head back to the entrance and then we can figure out where to go from there. Let me get some water in me. Water. Nice. Ooh. I got someone coming in. I can hear him. Hello.
Hi. Thank you.
Yeah, yep. Hi, puppers.
Just leave it.
Just a couple cute puppers, y'all. Couple cute puppers. This is such a nice place to walk. Especially when it's not super hot. It's gotta be like 65 degrees out right now. It is amazing. Very little wind. I mean, this is some hot air ballooning weather right here. It's amazing how much I've learned about hot air ballooning just from this week of just being out here. You know, the week of watching hot air balloons and stuff. Which, by the way, if I don't make it back next year to stream it, you guys can always watch a hot air balloon live on their YouTube or Facebook. They do stream the event. It's nowhere near as good as the views that we get, you know, when I'm on the ground. But we still get, you still get great views. Except when it comes to showing the fireworks. For some reason, the cameraman was just like, nope, I can't show you the top portion of the fireworks. Like, dude, just expand your camera. What are you doing? Fucking amateur hour. So. So much fallen wood too. If I lived like right across, if I ever needed wood, I just come on over here and just grab a shit ton of wood and bring it back to the house. Just have a fire, you know? I should think about getting some firewood for tomorrow and having a fire. Be really nice. You know, we can watch the sunset, have a nice fire, cook some grilled cheese. Where's this path taking me? Okay. Look at this, guys. You can adopt an open space. This portion of Rio Grande Valley State Park adopted by the Bosque del Rio community. Hell yeah. Adopt a space, take care of it. Grilled cheese, right? I know of making me a good grilled cheese. It's a bit of an art in my van because I use a s'more maker. The hardest part is getting the heat just right. Too much heat and I cook the bread too fast and the cheese doesn't melt as much. Too slow and it just takes forever. Which I'm fine with. Too slow is better than too fast, but I should have some grilled cheese in there today. I see you, son. You stay behind them clouds. Oop, there's a crane. Say what about? Started 10 minutes away from the decision point to head back to the van or go for one more geocache. Technically 2, but dude, what is that thing? Whoa. That's a pretty cool bush. Can you imagine having all these colors going to red and walking through this? God, that would be such a walk. I would love to do that, do a stream like that one day, just to walk along like the fall leaves. Oh man, that would be fun. I have a ton of messages, oh my god. Oh my god, there's so many. That's okay. I can catch up on it after stream. No rushing, y'all, no rushing. So, look at that. What a walk. What a walk we're getting in today. And we're burning down all the data on this phone, which is good. Because we've got 2 days left. So actually, let's go ahead and change that up. There we go. You guys can go 50-50 split here. Should bring the cell weight down. So yeah, if you guys are looking for a new phone service, Visible is kind of the way to go. I pretty much used and abused them last month, or last data cycle, and I used almost 102 gigs. And, you know, they're the main reason that we were basically able to stream almost all of the Hot Air Balloon Festival, you know? So, I got nothing but good things to say about Visible. Ever since I got them, they've just been amazing. I'm almost tempted to swap over to Mint, but I don't know. I don't know if I can trust Mint. I don't know if I like them enough to do it. But yeah, if you need a phone that won't throttle you, Visible. Because Google Fi will throttle you. Google Fi throttles the shit out of you. It's really bad. And yeah, I think we're just gonna head back to the van. I'm not too concerned about those geocaches. I'm sure I'll get another opportunity at some point to get them. Or will I? Oops. It's like half a mile from my position. And that's as the crow flies out, because we have to head back up. To head back west to get to the trail and then get over there. We'll see. We will see. There's no guarantees. What's today? Wednesday? Hump Day Wednesday? Anyone got any plans for tonight? I might see if anyone does Wing Wednesday. Richard contacted me. I was like, hey, you want to chill? I haven't sent him a message yet because obviously I'm using my phone. So, Richard, if you're listening to this, I haven't forgotten about you. I'm using my phone to stream right now, so get out of here, bug. I see you. You don't need to fly around my face. I get it. I find a place that does Wing Wednesday. See if I can find somewhere with cheap wings. 50-cent wings, maybe? That'd be really nice. $6 for 12. I could be down for that. I haven't had wings in a long time. Making some Indian dinner? Nice, nice. What kind of Indian food you making? A curry? Hell yeah. I actually made some curry last week. Coconut milk base, red curry, along with all sorts of, onion, bell pepper, chayote. Super good. Really enjoyed it. See you, bugs. Get whacked. Get out of here. Yeah, curry's always so good. Know me some curry. Can't wait until I get back to Seattle. Then I can go to my favorite Thai restaurant. Cow soy. Oh, so good. So good. Anytime someone's like, where should I eat food? I'm like, Khao Soi. Easy. Easy. Or like, you know, Philadelphia, good, you know, people are like, where should I go eat? I'm like, Dim Sum House by Jane G. University District of Philadelphia. Really good. Get some amazing soup dumplings. Some honey barbecue short ribs. Oh, God. Everything I've ever ate at that restaurant has just been amazing. Amazing with capital A, capital M, capital A, capital Z, capital I, capital N, capital G. I have also been craving some sushi. Making you hungry now? Yeah, I'm starting to get hungry. I ate before I went on this walk. I had some rice and chicken with mashed potatoes. Like I said, I gotta figure out what I want for late lunch. What time is it? Gosh, right, 13:16. Oh man. Do you have any idea on what you want to eat tonight, Darren? I'm trying to figure out what, you know, like I said, I got a buddy who contacted me and was like, hey, we should go get something to eat. Like, okay. I need to, you know, get back to him. And I need to find a spot where, you know, we can go eat somewhere. I already went to Blake's Not a Burger. I think there's another burger place around here. Oh, there's a Geocache over here. Well, I got this one already, but there's a Geocache over here. I remember this spot because I remember that trunk. Yep, this one is called Open Space Alliance. I think it's in that, yeah, I think it's in that trunk right there. If I remember correctly. Yeah, I think we're gonna bypass on this one. I think we're just gonna head back to the van, y'all. I'm a little tired. I've been walking for almost 3.5 hours. So let's get back to the van. Do. Just gonna take it into NASA, the Bosk or Bosk. I don't know what they call it is, but it's spelled B-O-S-Q-U-E. It could be Bosque. Could be Spanish. I don't know. Might make some chicken and rice. Oh yeah. It's simple, tasty, delicious. Yo, basmati rice is the best rice. I love basmati. I don't cook with it often because it can be hard to find, and when I do find it, it tends to be stupid expensive, and so I never get it. Every now and then I'll find them super cheap. I remember being at Jungle Gyms in Cincinnati, and they had like 5-pound bags of basmati rice for $5. I was like, okay, you got it, super cheap. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna proceed up to the trail here, and we're gonna go and take it to me, and we're pretty much gonna be getting on the main trail at this point. Ain't much more to see. We're gonna walk back to the van. Got about another 10 minutes, so 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how fast I can walk it. But yeah, so that's the bus, y'all. For those who didn't get to see it last year. So yeah, really good place. Lots of geocaches, lots of tree cover, great signal. There's still like a couple more spots along that I have to, get some more. So like, if we want to do another stream tomorrow, we could. I don't know if I have enough data. Well, I do. I would just have to have Visible take on it all, which is fine. I mean, given the fact that Visible can just spam data, I'm tempted to do more driving streams. However, the only thing I don't like about driving streams is it can be hard to like control stuff. Especially if people are gonna play the fool in your chat. And I've had this happen before, right? I basically had to pull over and handle a troll, get them banned. They sold these giant sacks of basmati from India at Sam's Club. It's only $20, and it lasts you over 9 months. How much pounds? I try not to pay more than $1.50 per pound for rice. Although I know basmati tends to be a little bit more expensive. Basmati you typically have to be closer to $2 a pound. Which is why when I found a basmati rice 5 pounds for $5, I was like, I'm gonna take 2 of these, please. Because it's so hard to find rice $1 per pound. When you do, you hop on it. Yo, 15 pounds? I could get on that. I could do that. It only lasts me like 4 months because I eat rice all the time, but I could get on that. The only problem with that is stowing the rice, right? I usually get the 5 pound bags because those stow very easily. I don't know if y'all were following me last year, but when I was in Phoenix, we bought like a 15 pound bag of pasta. Maybe it was a 10 pound bag of pasta. It was huge. It took me 3.5 months to go through 10 pounds of pasta. No, wait, was it 3 months? No, month and a half, 2 months that it took me to eat a 10 pound bag of pasta. It was worth it. I eat a lot of pasta in my van. It's a super simple meal to cook, right? And like I said, I can just add, soup powder, as all the water is evaporating to, kind of give myself a bit of a mac and cheese. I can, cook them in an actual soup. I can just put some oil and eat it plain if I want to. That's my least favorite though. But yeah, I eat a lot of pasta. So pasta and rice. You eat basmati every single, or you don't eat basmati every single. Some weeks you go without eating it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm Filipino, so like eating rice every day was like a thing, like, how most kids they went to school with a bologna sandwich or something. My parents would pack me rice with chicken, or rice with some sort of soup. I grew up very spoiled with lunch. It's why I never came to like any of the lunch meats other than maybe roast beef. I think roast beef's the only lunch meat that I don't just hate. Okay, that's not a word. That's not right. I'll eat them all, right? But as far as favorites go, and really the only one I'm willing to eat all the time would be roast beef. All the other ones, don't care. Bologna, definitely never. Don't want bologna. Ham, it's okay. You love jasmine rice? Yeah. Well, jasmine rice is my go-to. Because jasmine rice, you can get that pretty cheap. Usually, if you're lucky, about $1.30 per pound. Depending on where you buy it from, though. Some dishes use rice basmati, use kimchi stir fry. Hell yeah. Oh, I just use a normal pot too. I thought about having a rice cooker, and I was like, no, that's just an out of power, because, you know, rice cookers use up about 200 watts of electricity an hour. And I was like, I can't afford to burn 150 watts, you know, 150 watt hours on just cooking rice. So I just learned how to cook it in a pot. So, yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm a normal pot cooker. Alright, we're almost back. Crossing by all the people's houses on our right. So, and honestly, knowing how to use a knowing how to cook it with a normal pot it's a good skill, you know. I remember when I started using a normal pot, it was a good bit of trial and error trying to figure out, like, how much is good, you know. Nowadays, I know exactly what I'm doing, and I don't have to just watch my pot like a hawk. Not that you should leave your pot of rice unattended, but I don't have to watch it like a hawk anymore. I can just play video games while I'm waiting. Look up every couple of minutes, you know. Or I can hear when when all the rice is evaporated. I'm like, oh, okay, time to turn everything off. So, oh yeah. You know, I used to have somebody from my Navy days. He used to put rice and like hot dogs into a rice cooker, and then just cook both at the same time. I tried it a couple times. It was okay. Definitely not a meal I would go out of my way to cook that much. I'm not a huge hot dog fan. But, you know, if you need something quick, you know, or you were low on money, alright. Rice and hot dog. You got it. So, alright. We've made it back to the visitor center. We're almost back to my van. Oh yeah. Appreciate if y'all could hang out for the raid. We're gonna find something to raid out to. Do 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 do. So yeah, this is the fence. Connects us to the parking lot. There's a geocache right over here somewhere. Well, no one's here. I'll show you where the geocache is at. The geocache is right. Ow. It's in one of those. It's somewhere over here. This wasn't in the way when I went to go look for it, but all right. Oh my god. Where'd all these people come from? Holy shit. Oh yeah, there we go. Alright. I'm gonna get you guys on over here. Alright, y'all. Woo, you can barely see me. Alright. Let me go ahead and let me go shout out here. So shout out to Runner 1226. They have just started streaming again. They were streaming The Nuge last night, and they're also streaming Silent Hill 2. So, you know, they like streaming horror games and cozy games. So, like, they'll play some Fields of Mystery from time to time. So, you know, if that's your jam, check them out. And you know, drop them a follow if you like them. So, let's see who we're gonna raid out to. Empress is on. Captain Zanzibar is on. Liz by the Sword is on. Irish Beast is on. Zydent Flex is on. But we raided Zydent last week. We got the Simple Sprinkle. They're doing co-working. I think we raided Freya the other day. We haven't raided Liz in a while. We also haven't raided Captain Zanzibar in a while. So I think we're gonna raid into... Let me see. Let me see what Liz is doing. Because it's been a while since we've raided Liz too.
Maybe I'll test out my brand new thing here. Horsefield. There you go, Alistair. Enjoy. What does this do again?
We're gonna raid into Captain Zanzibar. Because Liz is on like 4 or 5 days a week. It's not easier for me to raid Liz. So we'll raid them next time. Because we got more streams coming up. So we'll raid over into Captain Zanzibar. Let me go ahead and give y'all a shout out for Captain Zanzibar here. Shout out to the Captain Zanzibar. They're playing a game called Nyers Bar, which sounds like a game of Nyers Dice. Which, I don't know if y'all have ever played that game. If anyone who doesn't know what Nyers Dice is, it's from, I mean, I'm sure it's existed before Pirates of the Caribbean, but Pirates of the Caribbean is what made it big. Nyers Dice kinda sucks. It's an awful game. Nyers Bar is fun? Hell yeah. Well, I've never played it, so we're gonna head on over there. Let me go and get this raid started. Creator dashboard, stream manager, raid channel. We're gonna head on over to the Captain. Crazy Hazy isn't a hot dog. Hold on. Hold on, we might change. Hold up. What are you doing, Crazy Hazy? You're wearing a hot dog outfit. Never raided him forever. But he's wearing a hot dog. Shit, I gotta wait for ads. It's Nyers Dice in another game? Okay. Well, it's also just a second game. Nyers Dice by itself, I think, is an awful game. Probably because I played with people who were not good at the game and would dick me over all the time.
I said twice. Wait, can you have two now? Is that, can you have two? Yeah.
No, we'll go to Captain Zanzibar. We're going to stick with the original plan here. I like the hot dog, but I'll pass on the hot dog for today. But we'll keep his streams open because I think he actually does the hot dog all month. I actually remember raiding Crazy Hazy once last year, and I was like, "Yo, you're in a hot dog, fuck yeah!" So, you know Pirates of the Caribbean. Your family bought the board game of it. Came to those cool cups too. Nice, nice. I've never seen the Pirates of the Caribbean board game. But But yeah, so raid is starting. Let me drop you all the sub raid and the raid 2. Make sure y'all get the raid message that applies to you. If you're subbed, get the hedgehogs. If you're not subbed, get the wing. But at the end of the day, we're all part of the same prickle. Mr. Hedgehogs can give you the good old hedgehog wave. And thank you to everyone who popped in today. Darren, Shipment of Fail, Runner. It was so good to have y'all. Once again, thank you so much for joining me on this nice walk, cozy walk. Our next stream is probably gonna be tomorrow, sunset stream, assuming the canals work out. And then Sunday we'll be streaming Pride. So I'm gonna go ahead, get this message copied, and I'm gonna meet y'all over in Captain Zanzibar stream. Captain Zanzibar. Hey, Shipment, you are good. Nurking is awesome. So, but yeah, I hope you all have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you next time. Bye.